You're welcome. It's all about getting here, though. It's all about actually finding your perfect contentment and your natural state of happiness. So all of the teaching is pointing to this, basically, is just finding your perfect contentment. It's nothing fancy, it's just contentment. I mean, you can't really go anywhere from perfect contentment, can you? Just discontentment. I really hate where they put that freaking heart. I can't read that last word of every sentence that people put. I don't know if your explanation's S. That's all I see. Scale. Oh, scale outside you. I don't understand what you're talking about. It's human consciousness is the same for everyone. So if it works for me, it works for everyone. I don't have an inner world. That's the thing. So if I'm sitting here with no thoughts and you're sitting there with no thoughts, where are our differences? Where's the inner world? Where's the difference in that inner world if I'm sitting here without thoughts and you're sitting there without thoughts? It's the same inner world, right? It's just beingness. It's the thoughts that are different. It's the thoughts that give us the appearance of separateness. If my inner world, if I'm having no thoughts, if it's my inner world, my mind, or whatever you want to call it, is completely still, and your mind is completely still, no thoughts, it's the same consciousness. right? Dude, you have thoughts and you have spaces between thoughts, just like me. It's the same. It doesn't matter. The thoughts are pointless. The thoughts are irrelevant. I don't know how much peace you have in your inner world. I don't know how much control you have over your own mind, over your own thoughts. No, I don't. But I know if your mind is still and my mind is still, it's the same mind. My cat snores. No, whatever. Ready? What do I care? Hey, man, Whatever. If you want to find some sort of fault with me or my theory, you surely will. If you don't want this contentment that I'm showing, that I'm expressing, this innate happiness, if you don't want that, then that's fine. Find something to complain about, find something that's wrong with me and my theory, and then you have an excuse to not do this. You're the one that started. You started disagreeing with me, so I'm just defending my position, I guess. I guess you don't have to be right by the mic, hey? Oh, you little sneak. What are we going to do here? Perfect contentment to absolute happiness is here for everyone, available for everyone at any time. And out of the 8 billion people on the planet, there's no one here watching this. No one Not one person on the planet, apparently, gives a fuck about being even just happy, just content and happy. Just everyone else is looking at YouTube videos where they're being entertained. And that entertainment will pass, and then they'll try to find substantialness and completion in more emptiness. And so it goes on and on and on, and the addiction gets deeper, and the delusion gets deeper. Humanity is fucked. Humanity is fucked. Humanity is what's wrong with this planet. Hello there. Let's see if you have a difficult time communicating with me. Yes, but they did say that that person, the silvery, said that they had been reading my stuff for a while. So it's like, okay, if you have a question about my stuff, ask me about my stuff. But well, 99.7% of the people that are on YouTube are just looking for something to keep them entertained for a few minutes. On to the next thing. Yes, they know that I've got nothing on the menu. I think maybe they don't understand that I've got nothing on my menu. And today for special is nothing with a side of nothing. No, I've never been into Muji. I've just never ever been interested in anything he had to say for whatever reason. But more like Niz for sure. Muji's happy and hugging people, and Nizagardata is throwing people out. So I align more with Niz for sure. I'm not a huggy, smiley type lovey-dovey person. I'm more like Niz, like get out of here. Yeah, my personality is aligned more like Nizagardata for sure. Kind of an asshole, to be honest. I'm kind of an asshole. I live in the geographical center of beautiful British Columbia, Canada. No way. It's crazy, man. Like, there's another regular. He hasn't been here for a few weeks. Oh, what's his name? Anyway, he lives in BC as well. Shackelford. What? Rusty Shackelford. Yeah. Oh, it's just I've got cool plants in the solarium. That's all. This is that's my view. That's what I look at. Good move. Vancouver is pretty much the poster child for how capitalism has gone wrong, right? Vancouver is one of the most expensive, like top three expensive cities in the freaking world to live in, right? And also, it's got homeless situation that's just terrible, right? So it's exactly the poster child for how capitalism is wrong, how it's gone wrong. Well, that's good. It's good you're getting out of the city because there's we're one event away from all of society collapsing. Like one atmospheric river in California, one Carrington event where we fries a bunch of electronics, a bunch of our electrical grid, like one bad drought, one big flood, like it's all one earthquake. And the people who are in the big cities who haven't started preparing for this, they're going to be fucked. It's going to be total panic, right? Yeah, I mean it's so interesting how these religions have these myths, right? About it's max of us maybe being through this before, right? Uh, Armageddon, the apocalypse, Kali Yuga. It's almost like we've done this before and we're speaking from experience. Oh, yeah, but see, even the people who are pulling the strings, sorry, Maya's pulling their strings, right? So it's the puppet master puppeting the puppets, right? Even Klaus Schwab is a puppet of Maya. Klaus Schwab doesn't know what the fuck he's doing, right? He thinks that he's in control of a lot, and yet he has probably zero control over his own thoughts. So Maya's the one pulling the strings, right? Maya is the puppet master here. So I was a screenwriter for a while, and I came up with a wonderful plot, and I actually wrote it. I wrote the whole movie, but it was only like my second one, so it kind of sucked. But the premise was, so you're talking about cosmic influence. The premise was, so there's the cherubs, the angels that protect the tree of life, right? So the tree of knowledge, they said, oh, after they ate from the tree of knowledge, what if they eat from the tree of life and live forever? Right? So the flaming sword, right? The flaming sword, a flaming sword is an angel with a flaming sword is protecting this tree of life, right? So that's what my movie, that tree of life, was uploading your consciousness into the digital realm so you could quote unquote live forever, right? The tree of life. So the tree of knowledge and then the tree of life, so that you'd live forever, but you'd live forever in samsara, right? So to help prevent that from happening, it was a mass coronal ejection. So that was the flaming sword, right? Pretty good, right? A flaming sword is a coronal mass ejection from the sun that wipes out basically the entire electrical grid. Pretty good plot line, hey? So that is actually in our defense, right? That is another one of these safety mechanisms that's programmed into this game, is for our own protection, right? It prevents us from getting deeper and deeper into the delusion. So as soon as in that movie, as soon as human consciousness was going to upload into the digital realm, there was the flaming sword that came from the sun and wiped everything out. Yeah, so that's the cosmic influence that might happen, right? The sun, I think, is going to go start. It's like this new revelation that's come to me is about the steps, right? The evolutionary steps on this ladder. There's, I believe, 10 steps on this ladder, and it goes quark, subatomic, atomic, molecular, cellular, species or body, and then planetary, solar, galactic, universal. And right now we are on the seventh. Humanity is the sixth rung, and we've got our foot on the seventh rung to advance into planetary consciousness. So that's where we are. And unfortunately, science is creating a diversion. The digital realm is a complete diversion. All Maya has to do is introduce. So if this is a mystery, all Maya has to do is divert attention away with a false clue, right? So that's all of science, is just a diversion away from our natural evolution that has us at the death of this species moving to a higher level of self-awareness, which is planetary awareness, which is Gaia. But Gaia's dying, right? So oh, so why is it that as consciousness evolves, it appears as though the more self-aware an entity becomes, the more it moves against gravity, right? So trees, all plants are moving against gravity, right? A rock is not very aware of anything. It's only aware basically of gravity. So it just gives in to gravity. Its will is whatever the heck gravity wants. But as self-awareness increases, you get to humanity, and we've actually conquered gravity, right? We've left the building. So what is it? The physical manifestation of us wanting to leave the planet is another metaphor for what's going on, right? Like, but it's not physical, right? So we get, we know that the self, the real self, is on this evolutionary ladder towards higher levels of self-awareness, and that physically manifests as Elon wanting to leave the planet, right? People wanting to leave. Eric Weinstein, like, a lot of people want to leave the planet, but that is the physical metaphor of consciousness actually moving into self-awareness, moving into planetary self-awareness, whatever that means. So I think that all of us non-conceptualists, and all of the people who are staying in the analog realm of the senses, if we're not distracted into the digital realm, that's where we're going. I believe that consciousness, like you and me and Paige, we are going to end up in a unified consciousness as a freaking planet, maybe Gaia, maybe even just as Gaia itself. It may be that there's a retrocausal thing, and we go back when we go extinct. We might be able to go back and start over, and maybe be Gaia, and have a new, maybe this is a new Earth. Like, I don't know. It's just like, all I know for sure is that the human species, the biological human species, is going extinct. This is a fact. Like, it's one thing I'm sure of. But again, everything is metaphor, right? People wanting to get in a spaceship and fly to another planet and live on another planet, that is just another expression, a physical expression of the body wanting to advance to the next level of self-awareness, which is planetary. But it's all metaphor, right? Elon's not going to get to the seventh rung. He's going to, unfortunately, be stuck at 6.9 for a long time. He's going to be stuck at 6.9 in the digital realm, not getting anywhere, right? Not getting to the seventh level. Yeah, and that's what scientists don't understand, right? Is that even the physical realm is metaphor. Like, when there's a weather pattern that takes up almost half of the entire planet, and when you take a picture of it from a satellite and you look at it, it looks exactly like the Tao. Like, the expression, the symbol of the Tao is being expressed over half of the freaking planet. And when people look at it, they don't say, oh, wow, that's the Tao. So maybe we should pay attention to the Tao. Maybe the universe, the entire freaking universe, the intelligence that is the universe, is expressing to us on this planet, hey, maybe you guys should look at Taoism. Or it's just a coincidence. Like, it's just a coincidence that the entire weather pattern is adhering to Taoism. But yet, somehow, a mathematician won't make that connection, that looks like the Tao. Like the Tao is being expressed as the weather system. They won't make that connection, but they'll make a connection between math and the physical world somehow. When there isn't. There's no connection between math and the physical world other than through technology, which I've pointed out a dozen times. See, so with that system, it's boundaries, right? So what the boundary that we're on right now is the earth, right? So the boundary that humanity needs to transcend right now is exactly the voice in the head. That is the boundary that humanity needs to transcend in order to find reality. Like the voice in the head is exactly that, which is preventing us from advancing. It's that simple. But it's so late in the era, in the Kali Yuga. It's so late. We've been so duped and we're so controlled. We believe so strongly that the voice in the head is the self. Is that this simple little bit of information just, it doesn't stick, right? It just doesn't stick. But no one wants, right? Like no one wants to be honest enough. No one's willing to be honest enough to admit, one, that all of humanity is a cancer, right? We don't want to admit that we're killing all life on the planet. We don't want to admit that we're wrong, that we're actually the bad guys. We're basically the Borg. We're planet killers. So like like Federico Fagin said, you need to take ownership of the part that you've played in this. You have led to your own suffering. So we have to admit that all of our problems, that we are a cancer. We have to come to grips with the fact that we are planet killers. And if we move to another planet in our state, we'll kill that planet too, right? So we need to admit that one, we're deeply flawed at the most fundamental level of what it means to be human. We're flawed. We're unnatural. So we need to willing to admit that, and then willing to go deep enough to find out what the problem is. What is it that distinguishes us from everything else in the universe? Well, it's the thoughts in our head, right? We are assuming that rocks don't have a voice going on in their experience, or trees have this voice going on, or even cats. There's no voice going on in their heads, right? That's what makes humanity special. That's what distinguishes us from everything else. And we are killing all life on the planet. So you put those together, and reasonably, you'd come up with, oh my goodness, maybe it's the thoughts in our head that are the cause of our cancerous behavior. But I point this out to academics, and of course, it, like I said, we're too far gone, right? They don't want to admit it. They just can't admit it. It doesn't matter how right it is. If you refuse to see it, no one's as blind as those who refuse to see, right? Yeah, we're really far gone, and I can't. I can't get through, right? I just can't get through to academics because they're all completely addicted to thought. They're in a cult that worships the voice in the head. So how do I break someone out of that cult that believes everything that the cult leader says, right? Without question. Yeah, we're so close, right? We're so close to the singularity. We're so close to complete enlightenment, and yet so far, so close, yet so far. Well, my theory is, and this is the theory that I'm actually trying out at this location, Moksha Farms here, is that this eventually there's going to be a small community here, and the idea is that quantum mechanics says that every person's world is their own. There is no objective one single reality. My world is my world, and if I limit my world to what my body consents to, right? Limit it to what was intended. This, we have to use the faculties that were given to us, which is the senses. So my world is my senses. My world, nothing that's going on the screen at some other location is my world. It's not even my world, right? Because I wouldn't know of that experience if it weren't for technology. So whatever experience that I have, that everyone has free of technology, that's their world. So if we get a community out here that all has the same frequency of transcending thought and being our own world here, I believe that we can disjoint, this can be separate from everything else that's going on in the world. So this is the grand experiment, is that we will have heaven on earth where 90% of earth is going through hell. That's the experiment. That this world can actually be separate from the consensus reality that humanity is going through. Solution seeker. Long time, man. See, we keep making the mistake that the realm that we experience through technology is part of our world, but it isn't. It wasn't ever intended to be a part of this world. That's all of our past. We're being, that's what's holding us back. It's like pulling us back from taking that seventh step on that ladder to the next evolutionary step of higher self-awareness. It's like it's pulling us down, right? I don't suppose, solution seeker, there's much discussion about consciousness, planetary consciousness, eh? So I've come up with, so you must know world lines, right? Solution seeker, you know of world lines, right? So I've been flipping this, right? I've been flipping the whole thing. And I think that we're actually, okay. So if we start with quarks, subatomic, atomic, molecular, cellular, I don't believe that's spatial, right? That's all time. Because there's no space between, if I look at my finger, how much space is there between the cells of my finger and the body? And how much space is there between the cells and the molecules? And how much space is there between the molecules and the atoms? And how much space is there between the atoms and the subatomic particles? And how much space is there between the subatomic particles and but how much space is there between, like, relatively speaking, I guess it would be the same, but on an absolute level, like on a relative level, there's no space, right? There's this expansion of the universe. If you look at it through that way, it's not expanding at all. It's expanded 1 millionth of a fucking centimeter. You see what I'm saying? It's all time based. So now if it seems like the expansion is starting now, right? So the difference between, how there's no space, right? I'm not looking. How much space is there in my finger? You see what I'm getting at? Is that so? What I've done is that I've turned it backwards. So all the world lines, if there's an extinction event, if there's a singularity event, and all the world lines end at the singularity, then if you flip that around, it's an explosion, right? All of these world lines are coming out of the singularity. So we've got it reversed in some way. I think that what we are experiencing is actually time. So it's actually a time separation between all the quantum things that are inside our body that's smaller than the body. I believe that's all time separated. We're not we're not really spatially separated between us and quarks, in the body and quarks. It's a time separation. I don't know. It seems to me that if there's a singularity coming up in all the world lines, right? If you're the multiverses, all the multiverses coalesce and end at this singularity, all the world lines, then it's almost like if you just flip that around, then it's the start, right? It's the beginning. The singularity is where it all starts, and all the world lines would be coming out of that. And if you're going backwards, then my life, right? If my world actually begins at my death, you just imagine my body, this body in a grave, and you just reverse the time, you just reverse the film. So it would look like the work as my body decomposes and breaks down to these different levels after it's dead. Well, if you just reverse that, it would be like the universe is coming together, bringing elements together, and then at my death, that world line popped out of the singularity with everyone else's and started going backwards, if you will. Singularity is prior to space-time. That's what I'm saying. So a black hole is a white hole on the other side. What I'm saying is that if we play this film backwards, starting, if we're assuming that there's a singularity event and that's when this human species goes extinct, then that could be the start, right? The singularity is the start. It's the alpha and the omega. So if we just think of it as this is crazy. that my world starts at my death, not my birth, right? So there would be the universe coalesces into a singularity, into one, which is my life. And then if we played it backwards, my life would split into two, right? My world line played backwards splits into two at my parents. And then it splits like that, right? So do we have things in reverse here? Because the expansion of the species would be bifurcating at birth, right? Right? At death, it would, if we run that film in reverse, we don't stop it at the death, we just run it in reverse, it would look like the universe is coalescing a bunch of elements and stuff in the grave to constitute this body, and then it digs out and pops out of the grave and goes in reverse. And then at death, which is actually birth, at birth, that world line bifurcates into my parents. Right? This could work. I think that's the way it is, man. Yeah. Yeah, think about that. So it would be, that makes sense to me, that's the expansion of the worlds, the expansion of worlds is my world line bifurcates into two at my birth. So we're going in reverse here. There's something going in reverse here. I see it very clearly, right? So just imagine you're in the grave, and then just keep playing that, keep focusing on the body. It'll decompose and break down into those smaller and smaller elements all the time, right? But then if you reverse that video, that film, it'll be the universe from wherever. Well, all that stuff will coalesce into the body, right? Reverse engineering, and it'll pop out of the grave. And that world line, that is me, that singular world line, that is Roy Dobson's world line, going in reverse, will bifurcate into my parents, which will be two separate worlds. And then their worlds bifurcate into two separate worlds. Well, we have to assume that there's a timeline, an arrow that's pointing the other way too, right? You can't just have something going in one direction. Work with this, man. Solution seeker. You could take this and run with it, maybe, because I think it's powerful, right? How can the universe be? How can see worlds are collapsing? I don't know. It just seems like if we run it in reverse, that's the way worlds develop. Worlds develop opposite, right? My world line, if you look at them as world lines, they all will coalesce in the singularity. And then at the extinction event, they all pop out like an explosion. So that's the Big Bang. But maybe that's the mental part, right? Maybe that's the mental, the mind expression of the Big Bang. And then there's the physical expression of the Big Bang. This is what I'm saying, like solution seeker, dude. Like maybe we don't need a famous physicist and all that. Like if you plug in the math, like if you know enough math, whatever, where you can plug in, we use my variables and we plug in those variables into whatever equations you think we should plug them into. We could probably revolutionize everything, just you and me, man. Serious, right? So we have the number system just going to 9, right? We just have the number system going to 9 right there, right? There's no more infinite sets, right? If we think math is relating to the physical world, then it has to be limited. It has to stop. So the number system goes to 9. That's all. And then the 0 represents potential rather than nothing, right? So and then each multiverse is a person's life, right? So there's one choice. So the math even goes to free will. Let's say that at a fundamental level, you only get one choice per life. That is the choice you make is this life, the DVD of your name here. You chose that, right? And that choice is between lives, right? So now we get to limit because of that's limiting the multiverse into something that's fucking reasonable, right? So yes, maybe multiverse, but there's only one choice per lifetime, right? So if we jam this new put the numbers, use my model for math, we could see where it comes up. I think it's going to describe actually our actual experience. Yeah, dude. I don't know. So since the last time we spoke, Solution Seeker, I've been on this Federico Fajin. He's again every time I'm like, oh, this person is even more aligned with my theory. But Federico is like, I emailed him, and he actually emailed me back because I'm very persistent, right? I'm like, hey, how you doing? So he actually emailed me and he said he's going on a book tour in Italy, but in December he'll be back. And he actually said, maybe I will respond in December when I have time. So now I'm just chilling. I'm just in hold mode. I'm not going to present this to anyone else. It's you and me and Federico, man. It's you and me, Solution Seeker and Federico. to revolutionize all of physics. If you're into such a thing. Yeah, I would have at least $20, probably $10 at least. But the last have been three women in a row that I approached, and none of them got back to me. Like, it's just like, how is it so difficult just to get a fucking conversation with these people? Like, it's so hard for me to accept that. I know I have to, but that my stuff isn't even worthy of a response. Like, it's not even worthy of a response. Really? Yeah, Frederico's the guy for sure, because he's the one, he's literally saying we need to merge spirituality and physics. And his last discussion, he laid out exactly the same the same model as I did, like the subatomic, atomic, molecular, cellular, planetary, and then he talked about planetary consciousness. It's like, yeah, yeah. But the boundary that we need to overcome to get to that planetary level of self-awareness is the thought process. That's the boundary that needs to be transcended. Yeah, but they sure sound like the first lady that she was about Ramana Maharshi. Like Ramana Maharshi was the base of her freaking theory. So I'm like, how did that one not come out? Like I don't understand how that one didn't work because we're both using Ramana Maharshi as as our starting point, as our frame of reference. and then and then Annika Harris, what's his name's wife, she's all about meditation, like all about meditation, and yet no response from her either. But at least Federico has responded to me. He said he's going to read the stuff. We'll see what happens. Because he literally wants to develop technology so people can have the experience. Like he knows, he says that he wants to set up. He actually has a foundation for technology that advances spirituality. So to give someone an ego-free state, right? To give them that one experience. So Federico had one experience that blew him open, right? An awakening experience. So Federico said that what he wants now is his um, federation, his foundation, to support technology that advances spirituality. Well, what kind of technology is that? Well, it's my float tank, right? Float tank. If this, right? This is a spiritual retreat center. So this is what I'm going to present to them. I'm going to be like, hey, we can do scientific experiments right here, like just with the float tank and with salvia. So think about it. If someone with, and me here, I guess too, if someone just in the ambiance and the life and the nature that's here. So if someone comes here and spends a week and floats every day and does salvia and meditates with me and walks around in nature, if they can't have a spiritual awakening here, then they're not ready, right? So this is exactly what I think is going to happen. I think that this is going to become a spiritual retreat center where we have like one person a week comes and does salvia. I'm their salvia guide. Like I want to be a salvia guide, just like ayahuasca guides in South America. This can be a place where people come and can safely have an ego death experience. So yeah, this is it. This is the technology. It can't be another machine. It has to be something natural, which is salvia leaf and just a float tank, right? Just it's not technology. I don't like mushrooms. I got to admit it. I don't. They're nothing like salvia when it comes to ego death. Nothing's like salvia. An artist, like really earnest seekers, will be like, yeah, man, I'll do anything. Like, yeah, I'll do salvia. Like it's scary, but if you want to have a spiritual awakening experience, come here for a week. the problem with uh, even like Federico too, right? Is they keep trying to include materialists in discussion. They keep trying to want to say that spirituality and science can commingle, but they really can't. They can't. Science is the antithesis of spirituality because science is measurement, right? Everything that science produces is the illusion. So science through the measurement produces the illusion of separation through the measurement. So we actually can't. I have to convince him that sorry, you've got to let go of all of physics. It's all wrong. It's all diversion. It's all wrong. It's the antithesis of spirituality. So that's the big problem. That's the hard part is to get even very earnest physicists to let go of physics completely, to just say, listen, that it actually needs to be transcended and we need to leave it behind. We can't include it. Yeah, salvia is a tough one, right? Like I've had equally good and bad experiences with salvia. It's there's nothing entertaining. It's not a party drug. You don't take salvia to have a good time. Although the last time I did it, boy, I had a good time. Laugh? Oh my gosh, I've never laughed so hard in my life. When the cosmic joke is revealed to you, if you're in the right state of mind, there's nothing funnier. But if you're not in the right state of mind, if you're not willing to admit that everything that you believe and conceive is wrong, then salvia might not be fun. It might be not the opposite of fun. Oh, kidding. That sounds harsh, man. Uh, DM DMT. I think I might like to try DMT. I've never done DMT. I think it just reveals another one of these mental realms, though. DMT seems to be revealing a mathematical realm, which is basically just a thought realm. So it's more illusion, whereas salvia kind of just gets rid of all the illusion. Just bam. Yeah, there are two different realities going on, isn't there, with salvia? It's not like you do salvia and it just tweaks this experience a little bit. It's not like that, is it? It's like a completely. So this is what I think. I was deliberating upon this yesterday. This salvia experience. So to me, the experience is basically like this is a film, right? So this is a movie, and the salvia allows to see each individual frame, right? So instead of identifying yourself as an object within the frame of the film, salvia allows you to see each individual frame as a whole. And then it messes with the speed. So this is what I think is happening is that this it speeds up the frame. It speeds up the playing of the film in the projector. And that turns out to be an entirely new realm. So there'll be blur, like there'll be frequencies where it doesn't make any sense, right? There'll be if you speed it up, there'll be frequencies that don't align into any experience, any patterns. But if you speed it up at certain intervals, there will be a whole new world. I know it doesn't make much sense, but if you do salvia, you might understand what I'm saying, is that it just speeds this up so fast that at certain intervals of that iteration, a whole world comes into view, a whole new world, a whole new dimension comes into a person's experience through the speeding up of this frame. Yeah. Yeah, the K-hole sounds kind of like maybe salvia. These are scary places if you're not if you're not familiar with the self and the stillness, right? The death state, the egoless, the ego-free state, even though it is the natural state, is a place of terror, right? For the ego. So anytime the ego passes out, it kind of panics. Just like anything that believes it's alive and separate. So another thing about this time and space is that time itself will be ending. Time as we know it should be ending or changing within 20 years. So time is speeding up. I don't know. It's like space is going one way and time is going the other, and it's all meeting at the singularity. So in what other, if you want to say that space is expanding and time is contracting, or the other way around, whatever it is, it's all happening, it's all meeting in about 20 years. So if it's taken 14, just going on with it, if it's taken 13.8 billion years for the universe to expand, I know this doesn't make sense because it's a different perspective. We're not starting at the Big Bang, we're starting here. So if it took 13.8 billion years for space to expand from quarks to the body, how much space is that? Right? Like relatively it's all the same, but in a log scale it's all the same, right? But in a regular scale it's exponential. So if time stops in 20 years and it's gone for 13.8 billion, then holy cow, that's got to be exponential in the next 20 years. So what I'm saying is that basically in the next 20 years, the world's going to, your experience, I don't know, doesn't matter. I'm pretty sure that the many worlds, the multiverse starts at the extinction event, which is the singularity, and then all the world lines come out of that and go in reverse and bifurcate at each birth. So each birth in the reverse is the creation, is the merging, is the creation of two new realms out of one realm. Well, my world is my world, and it bifurcates into my parents' worlds and goes that way. No, they come out of it. I think genius is like 95% silence and 5% thinking and 95% being. See, you start with simplicity, right? If you have a simple model, then you just apply new information. You just plug whatever information is received or you're receiving into that simple basic model, and it spits out pretty interesting results. That's all I do, right? I basically just say, well, let's just go with Taoism. Let's just say that everything's equal. The positive is equal to the negative. They're equally important. So let's just cram everything. Let's just put the variables into Taoism and see what it spits out, basically. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. There's no Roy that's coming up with this stuff. Like, right? It's not. I'm just a vessel. Like, 30 years ago, with with as much sincerity as possible, I was asking the universe for this information, right? I intend to know the true nature of reality, and I intend to know God. And that's exactly what Federico said too. He said, it was the earnestness. He said, I didn't know it then, but it was a prayer. He said that he wanted to understand the true nature of reality. And that experience, he believes that experience came to him. He wasn't meditating or anything. He was getting up to go get some water in the middle of the night, and he had this massive awakening experience. So yeah, it's intention. I believe that intention matters. There's an intelligence here that knows the truth of everything. You know your truth. You know when you're bullshitting yourself. And you know when you're honest. And the sincerity and the honesty, that's when good stuff happens. And it's my dyslexia, right? It's like, I think that's a huge gift, is my dyslexia, because I have a real hard problem with details. Details just, but the picture, I can see the whole thing. I can just see the whole thing, but I can't see the little things inside the big thing. Oh, that, I can't believe I can't move that hard. Rigid. Oh, okay. Too loosely. I don't think so. Like, my argument for for what the number system is, my argument for resolving, is mathematics discovered or invented? That argument is sound, is, there's nothing loose in that. It's people that are being loose with their interpretations. Like, the way I believe it should go is that I have a theory, and if I'm presenting this theory to another person, they have to stay within the bounds of those questions, right? I've set up this system to come up to with a conclusion, and people just start getting diverted, right? Like, they start, well, what about this and what about this? They start going off on tangents. It's like, no, here's a question that I brought up, and here's my reasoning to the answer. Now, if you can find fault in that, tell me where the fault is in that. Don't start going on with something completely different, right? So these are the criteria. Here's a statement. If that statement leads to the next statement and you're along with the ride, if you're with me, that this makes sense, then you just keep doing that. You just keep jumping Neo and Morpheus just keep jumping from building to building until you get to the final building. And then if that person has agreed that all of those things made reasonable sense, right? It makes sense. I follow it. Yeah, it's possible. Then you get to the end of the build, you get to the last building, and there you go. I I can't make it any clearer. The people who don't get it are not ready to get it, and that's fine. I can't waste any time. I'm not going to waste any effort trying to convince people, because that's all of the effort that I put into all of the hundreds of hours of writing and meditating that I put into my writings and my videos. That's it. I can't make it any more clear. So if you don't get it after reading my stuff, then you're probably not going to get it. And that's okay. Yeah. Well, that was my issue. I I kept saying, why aren't people like, I have to let go of completely everything as well, right? It's just, it's okay if people suffer. it's, it's whatever they want to do is okay. And of course, they're hypocrites, because when the going gets tough, they'll all be lamenting and wailing, "Oh, woe is me! Please help me, God!" Right? So that's the part where it's like, go fuck yourself, right? Like you're in this. Like that's when it's like, suck it up, princess, because I have been showing you this for decades now, and if you don't want to accept it, then you're going to suffer. That's just the way it is. Are you a chef? Spiritual relief? Are you a chef? Mm. We tried growing some weed, but I'm not a gardener, and I just let it go to shit. I didn't tend it very well. And you're a YouTuber? Like you have a channel? We had we had some weed plants in the greenhouse, and the like I couldn't believe the stalks were about as big as around as my freaking wrist. It was huge. It was 8 feet tall. So when Paige is here, she'll tend to the weed. So you had a dark night of the soul, one of these bad times? I've never really had it. I'm 54. Well, you don't have to be middle aged to be in crisis anymore. Apparently, this new generation has a lot to be anxious about. Apparently, Well, I'm so grateful because my life has so much direction right now. Like Paige and I know exactly where we're going. Like we're hitting the ground running here with the farm. Well, maybe you'll be out living here. Maybe Solution Seeker, you'll be in this community here in Moxia Farms, and we'll just skip out. We'll just our minds, our collective conscious, that our world will disjoint from the consensus reality, and we'll just live in moksha. How about that? Maybe spiritual relief. He'll end up here too with his strong, strapping boys. We need some youth here. I need some youth here. Yeah, like I haven't made it's been no secret that we want to develop a small community here. So there'll be trials. We're going to be very selective because this is perfect. Like this is perfect. Like we have the perfect growing medium. I've got so much soil in the back for perfect growing medium. I've got 8,000 square feet of garden with this perfect growing soil in it, and enough soil in the back of that same stuff to duplicate that all again. And so all of BC is in a drought, and right now we're in the middle of like the worst drought, level 5 drought, the worst level that there is. And I have water running out of the ground. I have an artesian well, natural, delicious spring water that flows out at 1,000 gallons a day, just running out of the freaking ground here. There's infinite fish there. There's infinite Saskatoon berries every August. There's basically infinite deer around here. Like, this is the place a person wants to end up during the collapse of civilization. And I need someone with mechanical skills because I have zero mechanical skills. So we need someone with mechanical skills. It's all because of the practice. It's nothing that I've done. I just continued living my life, working my ass off, working really, really hard, and just attending to the practice as best I could. And wasn't even that good sometimes. Like I wasn't even like what I would consider being even very spiritual at some of these years, and it all unfolded just because I held to the practice. I never let go of the practice. That's the thing. No, I know, but I've got that settled too. Like I'm even preparing for a nuclear winter, just in case. I'm really preparing for a nuclear winter. I've already got lots and lots of freeze dried stuff. Yeah, no matter what situation occurs, we're gonna make the best of it. Like this is I am preparing for the worst, which is nuclear winter. So yeah, we will have in this house. There's 6,000 square feet, and that second level there, there's nothing there. It's going to be all storage. There's going to be 6,000 square feet. This is basically going to be a Walmart and a Canadian Tire. We're going to have so much abundance. Yeah, the idea is that that will be our main source of income is the money that's, well, the water business too. I think the water business is going to make a pile of money, and freeze dried spinach is going to be our thing. Paige and I keep reminding each other of that. It's just like, just hold to the practice. We have the big picture plan, so there's no point in messing with the details. We know what's going to happen. Just hold to the practice. Yeah, like Paige and I are in perfect alignment. I don't know if perfect. We're in really good alignment with the universe. So us as a couple, we are dancing with the universe. We're letting the universe lead, and we're in this dance with it. But it's definitely got to lead. You don't want to be like trying to lead in a dance with the universe. It's not going to work. I went outside yesterday, and boy, was it! I thought about you, Solution Seeker, because it was so no clouds and basically no light interference here. Yeah. Your telescope, maybe plural, will come in handy to snoop on the people on the south side. They're troublemakers, those south siders. You got to keep an eye on them. Yeah, so the physical universe is basically space separated. You are separated in space and I think the mind aspect is you separated in time, through time. I used to think that the universe was the past, right? Because supposedly the what? Something just fell. Isn't that weird? Huh. Anyway, I don't know. Thanks for dropping by. I'll probably be here. This just dropped. It's screwed into the bottom. So this is I got a cat um, playpen or whatever it is, a cat house for them to play on. And this just dropped. Like nothing was moving. I didn't shift. It just dropped out of the bottom of it. Yeah. 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 I guess shit just randomly happens sometimes. It's just so weird that nothing was moving except that just fell out of nowhere. It's like, okay, cool. No, random isn't a thing. See, and that's where physicists are like, disorder. Like, really? Really? Is entropy really moving towards disorder? Or is it a higher level of order than what you guys are measuring? Right? It's like what they consider to be chaos, what physicists describe as chaos and disorder, moving towards, right, entropy, moving towards higher disorder, is what they're saying is that as evolution occurs, reality gets more and more difficult to measure, right? So what physics is actually describing is the chaos. They think that not being able to measure something means that it's disordered, rather than maybe it's so ordered that we're just fucking things up by trying to snoop in here. Oh, stop it. It's just a screw. Anyway, entropy, even their idea of what entropy is wrong. It's not moving towards a disorder. It's the order. It's everything's moving towards a greater level of order than that of what measuring devices can ascertain, I guess. The divine order seems like chaos to, I guess, relative thinking. everything's trying to find equilibrium, right? Like temperature. You throw an ice cube in some water, and both of those opposite things, the water and the ice, they're they always move towards unity, right? So that's what everything is moving towards unity. Not chaos. But you can't measure one thing, right? So again, the movement towards unity is a movement away from measurement. They can't understand this, right? The movement towards unity is a movement away from measurement. Measurement is exactly what produces the illusion that there isn't unity. And then they call it entropy when it moves outside the ability for them to measure it, they call that chaos and disorder. Well, what does even the equal sign mean? What does the equals sign mean? That doesn't mean that's what it is. It means it's the equivalent to, right? I don't know. What I don't even know what the equal sign really means. Like the equal sign kind of represents self. The equal sign is the observer, is it not? I think the equal sign represents the observer. So equals is equivalent to in the words language. I just said is equals is equals is and equals equals is. Ah, make it stop. I said it again. Ah. I think they're both bullshit. I think equals and is Maya's attempt to validate thought. That I think it's bullshit. Yeah, so that's another thing that I could put, and I've contemplated it, putting it in the triune model, right? Form and emptiness, and having the is literally in the middle column, right? So that's where Buddhism is wrong too, right? You see that, right? It's like they that whole line is wrong. I can see it very clearly. It's like the thing nothing model, right? Emptiness and form. There has to be a third thing, but Buddhism doesn't believe in divinity. So Buddhism doesn't have the third thing. They don't recognize the is as being something, right? So it's just there's just form and emptiness. But that's wrong. That's like dualists, the non-dualists saying that the world is the illusion and the illusion is the world. Like it's right. It's not. It's just subtly they're lacking a subtle nuance to emptiness is form, form is emptiness, that makes it fundamentally incorrect. But the Buddhists won't ever admit it. It's like the non-dualist saying, yeah, everything's one and one's everything, right? Like that's what they're falling into, the exact same trap, is that the world is me and I'm the world, but it's not that way. It's not form is emptiness, emptiness is form. It's not. Yeah, every model. This is why Buddhism is incorrect. And all the Buddhists will say, "Oh, there you're right." They'll, of course, they won't admit it, but you need this third thing. You need the divinity part, and Buddhism doesn't include any divinity at all. You don't have to call it God. It just needs to be the frame of reference. There has to be a self, right? So they don't even really talk about their existing. I believe Buddhists don't believe that there is even a self, right? So Buddhists are very confused. I've hung with Buddhists for a decade, and they're very confused. But they're very smart, so they convince themselves that they're not confused. Hmm. Well, what's great about him is he's one of the few that recognizes that you have to have divinity, right? That you need to include the third thing, but it's superposition, because they're all trying to explain superposition without acknowledging the state of superposition, that the state of superposition itself is the thing. Not the thing, the reality. Yeah, but Langan, right? He'll never admit to the transcendence of thought. He'll never go there, because the world's smartest man is probably a pretty good thinker, right? He's probably pretty adept at thinking, and he won't want to let that go. So therefore, no conclusion for you. No conclusion for you. And then, of course, but he has he has a Christian worldview, basically, so he can't be God, right? So that third thing, that divinity, he will always be separate from that. And there's the non-conclusion, right? That's the whole point of all of this, is to realize that you are God, and in the end, he can't make that final step. Did I say that? Yeah, I think that throw it into the void. I think that's speaking of the level at which we actually do have free will. And I think that's just veto power, right? We don't have free will. It's like the algorithm, the YouTube algorithm, we don't have free will. The algorithm is just presenting something that it thinks that we would be interested in. So we don't have control over what is presented to us, right? The algorithm is in control of that. But we have finally, we have veto power as to whether we pay attention to what's presented to us or not. So that's it, is the free will that we have is veto power, is whether we give it life or not. It's like, here, you want to give this life? Is this interesting to you? No, I'm not interested anymore. Okay, we won't do that. Like, it learns. But if we keep saying, yeah, oh, I love this, I want more of it, it'll go, yeah, okay, well, here you go. Like, it's not malevolent. It's just doing what it's programmed to do. It's just programmed to keep your interest. That's the game. Oh, yeah. That is good. I remember that. I remember writing that now and going, see, that is in my first book, like Conversations with Myself. I stole that from from my book. Yeah, take everything literal as figurative, and everything figurative as literal. Then take that and throw it into the void. Yeah. That's my version of that. Not this, not that, not this, not that. Mm. Well, that's that's really Frederico's thing, is that, and I completely agree, is that you need the experience. And that's what he wants his foundation to do, is provide people with the an initial awakening experience. Because if you don't have that experience, then you're kind of catch-22. You don't know, you can't understand the teaching fully because you haven't had that experience, right? So this is where I hope that I can work in conjunction with Federico and his foundation, because I'm pretty sure that if someone's ready to have a spiritual awakening experience and they come here for a week, they're going to have it. And you're just ripe fruit. You're just ready. Yeah, the experience leaves no doubt. That's exactly it. Yeah, and the inability for mathematicians to see, or all of science to see, that everything that they take to be fact is also just a belief. There are no facts. You just believe that 1 + 1 = 2. It's not a fact at all. You just believe that 1 + 1 = 2. You believe that quantity is a thing. like the you're basically saying, yeah, I'll go along with unicorns. Sure. I believe that there's unicorns, just like I believe that there's such a thing as quantity. Oh no, it's not a belief, it's a fact. All right. Took 360 pages to prove that it's a fact. Yeah, so truth is self-evident, right? Truth is self-evident, therefore it requires no belief. If you believe something, it's obviously false. Yeah, so Frederico came up with some axioms, and they're pretty good. Like they're pretty good to establish consciousness as the fundamental reality. But they all require some assumption, right? They all require, unfortunately, his axioms. None of them are self-evident. But my axiom, this is happening. I believe that a person should work with that because this is happening is impossible to be false, right? So that should be an axiom. If a statement that cannot be false, this is happening is a statement that cannot be false, right? So it should be, I believe, the start of a theory. It should be the axiom that starts a theory. This is happening. But where do you go from there? I mean, the next, where you go from there is the assumption, right? Where you go from where you start isn't the assumption, but what you base off of that start is the assumption. So my assumption is that that which verifies or refutes that this is happening is more fundamental than what is happening, right? So that would be the start of, if I were to use that axiom. I think I called it Roy's axiom, Roy's first axiom, maybe. Is that this is happening, completely undeniable, cannot be falsified, actually. So this is happening, and then the assumption that's made from that is that that which affirms, that which denies or affirms that this is happening must be more fundamental than that which is happening. That's the whole proof. Because that which determines whether this is happening must be more fundamental than that which is happening. Makes sense to me. And then I actually, the email that Federico responded to, I was actually asking him directly about my paradox, because perhaps I don't know logic, right? I didn't take philosophy, I didn't take any logic, so I don't know what the formal methods of logic are. But maybe that statement, this statement is not being read. Maybe that could be the foundation of an entirely new system of logic. It's almost anti-logic, right? Because it's 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 saying that the knowledge is the falsity, right? So I just asked him, like, I asked him, I don't know much about logic, but if this statement is a lie, if that spurred Gödel to come up with his Gödel's incompleteness theorem, a whole different system, a whole system of logic, then perhaps my paradox can also develop an entire system of logic, but it's an anti-logic. It's the opposite. So we'll see. Maybe that'll interest him enough that he'll say, maybe I don't know. It's just because I don't know formal methods of logic, what it all means. It's got to mean something. If words mean something, then that sentence has to mean something. Can't be just empty. If and when this finally is like someone like Federico, like let's say he agrees with everything and just says, yeah, man, like this is it. How quickly things could change from being a no name to being like the greatest genius that's ever lived, right? Like it could flip that quickly, going from like a no name crackpot to all of a sudden, wow, this is the greatest genius that's ever fucking lived. It's like it's right on the edge of just remaining completely unknown, and then all of a sudden just exploding to being recognized as the greatest genius that's ever lived. Fun. Yeah, and again, it's almost like a gravity thing, right? Like the more attention human consciousness pays to something, the more attention it garners. It just seems to be a self-enforcing positive feedback loop, just like gravity. And then all of a sudden you end up with cities, right? Just a big mass of humans that have all just congregated together because they're all paying attention to each other in some way. They're all, yeah, it's like gravity, isn't it? Where one person's looking, it'll most likely get another person looking, even if it's at nothing, right? Just someone looking intently at something will get other people to look intently at that. And then it just grows, right? So it works. It's really difficult. It seems like it needs to get to a certain threshold before it explodes into a socially a fad, right? or for something to go viral, that self-enforcing feedback loop just goes really fast. Hmm. Well, it is like it's already proven its worth because it's helped your life. It's helped you. If it helps one person find their true nature, it was worth it. Whatever worth means. I do keep seeing myself though, like being interviewed. Like I'll go head to head with any of these clowns. But you can't play by their rules. You have to. I would just, yeah. You can't get bogged down in the weeds. You can't let them follow because it's so into like. I listened to Bernardo Kastrup talk, and he's brilliant, and what he says makes sense at the time. But when you put all of his statements together, they're meaningless. So that's interesting. Is that a person can make a bunch of statements that are all true and accurate, but in the end, when you put them all together, they're not saying anything. They're just holding your interest, right? That's all it is it's just pulling your interest away from self. And that's the whole game. They don't the immediacy of it. It's all immediate. It's all about your awareness now and now and now and now. All the nows. It's always about where you put your awareness in all the nows. Well, that's great. I remember, I don't know why we just haven't caught up, but there is a guy, Peter from Sweden, and he said the same thing when he read my book. He was like, this book is one of the greatest spiritual books that's ever been written. It's like, yeah, I know, right? It's like, so that's great. I'm so glad. I wrote this down once, and it was a long time ago, 20 years ago. I said, you know that saying, when the student is ready, the teacher will come. Well, I wrote it the other way around. I said, when the teacher is ready, the students will come. So something's advanced since then, since I wrote that. But I've just shown you what was always here, right? I seem to have the superpower of seeing what's actually here. Seeing things the way they actually are, rather than putting some sort of spin on it, egoic spin on it. Mm. Yeah, it makes sense intellectually, right? It even makes sense logically, I think. You can approach my theory through logic and reasoning, and it makes sense. It's not just a belief, right? You're not just taking it on belief. No, no, he doesn't. He sees the same thing that I do. Like he sees the end of the world and Kali Yuga and all that stuff, but he doesn't have a model. He's very poetic and wordy. He's more on the emotional side than the logical reasoning side, I think. I've stopped. It's been over a year since I've seen anything that he does. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that my model will even have practical applications to mathematics. Like if we, in order to develop a model that actually is describing human experience, we have to have limits. You can't just make shit up like the multiverse. It's ridiculous, right? So you have to adapt your math so that it's actually explaining your experience. Yeah, yeah, I know that. I know. Uh, as far as I know, I'm really the only one that literally has unified spirituality, religion, and science. Like, how can you look at my triune model of reality and not see, oh, yeah, there's Taoism, religion, Christianity, religion. Okay. So, at its heart, Christianity and Taoism are expressing the same thing. Well, isn't that interesting? So, I've unified Christianity and Taoism in the model, and then electromagnetism, positive, negative, neutral. All right, so that electromagnetism is expressing the same information as those religions. Like obviously, like there's quantum mechanics in there too. Like physics is represented in there. Like not just science, but mathematics is represented in there, as well as physics and like it unifies science with religion. How can not see? They can obviously can see it, but they just don't allow the words to have meaning. I don't understand it. Right? It's like it's right there. So you're not thinking about this, right? You're not deliberating upon this model that's right before you, saying that you're God, and it's unifying science with religion right fucking here. And I've showed dozens of people this, and it just goes whoosh. How can you not see how this is unifying spirituality with religion? I mean, spirituality with science. uh See, this is what I mean, right? Is that you can present something that's completely fucking obvious to someone that's in a delusion, and they won't see it. And that's how I feel about these two messages. It's completely obvious. The reasoning is sound, and yet they can't see it. It's because they're in delusion. Yeah, you do see it. How do you think that you can see it and the others can't? It's maybe because you've had the experience, right? Again, it just all seems to it all seems to be dependent upon the experience, like an actual physical experience through the nervous system of an egoless state. It seems like unless someone hasn't had that, if someone hasn't had that, they can't, they're incapable of seeing what I'm showing them. Right. Yeah. And most scientists are atheists. They've never spent 1 minute meditating. That's just their perspective is completely 100% materialist perspective. And that's why I'm encouraging Frederico to just we need to leave the materialists behind. We can't try to accommodate them anymore. We just, in order to solve the mind body problem, we have to advance it to the mind body spirit problem. So the mind body problem will not be solved unless spirit is added, right? It won't be solved unless it's through my theory. I'm not being a dick. Like I've been accused by that guy that you didn't like that is gone now. Paradoxical, right? Paradox guy. But Frederico was one of these guys. Someone someone conducted an interview. Oh yeah, it was someone was conducting the interview, but it was Sir Roger Penrose. He was the main guy because he's Sir, right? Because he's Sir Roger Penrose. But Penrose was there and Frederico. So it was basically a discussion between Frederico about the collapse of the wave function. They're talking about what the wave function is, right? Yeah, and Bernardo Castro, he was the guy that kind of intermediary. He was the guy that was, and he's very smart. He's like, all right, this is where you guys are in alignment, and this is where you're not in alignment, and all that stuff. But there's no way for Roger Penrose to be included. You could tell that Roger was doing this when they were talking, like he's a materialist, right? And I made a comment. I said, Roger is one of these materialists that just cannot be included in the discussion anymore. He's just messing things up. We cannot, we cannot try to accommodate materialists, their worldview in the equation anymore. We need to transcend it. Yeah, James, I remember now my train of thought. James thought that I was a dick because I wouldn't listen to any other people's models. And another guy was like that too. He's like, well, I want to discuss my model too. And I said, well, I'm not interested in anyone else's models because this is the right one. It's like, I, if it's the final concluding theory, it can't, right? It's not everyone gets a ribbon. Not everyone gets a ribbon. There's only one. There can only be one. Highlander. There can only be one. Yeah. Someone who doesn't Someone who doesn't see my theory as the final concluding theory wants their theory to be the final concluding theory. So mine isn't the final concluding theory when someone doesn't want it to be. But if they actually pay attention to it and go into it, I'm sure that they'll see that it is the final concluding theory because it transcends thought, right? The Yes, James, I don't know why I got into that at all because it's like, no, your subset is actually just making things more complicated. And I'm glad that that relationship is done. You can't live in paradox. I think James is going to go crazy. You can't live in paradox. Paradox is showing that something's wrong. So you can't just go along with the wrongness. Oh, I'm just going to make the wrongness work. No, there's something wrong because there's paradox. Yeah, but who gives a shit about what Langan has to say other than Langan? I think that I think that Langan is being ignored even harder than I am within academia, right? So are you going to try to actually present this to Langan and his people? Good luck trying to get it through his freaking minions. Well, that I guess it's just because you find his work interesting, but I find it interesting that you would that you would link my work with his work if you don't think that anyone's cares about his work. I guess this is just for you though, because you see, right? So if you're connecting my unknown, unrecognized theory to another unknown, unrecognized theory, I mean, you got to go the way you're going. I mean, right? I mean, you see a connection there and you got to follow it. But I'm just saying, it probably won't do anything to spread it, just like everything that I've freaking tried. But it might, it might hook a couple of people along the way. Hmm. Yeah, it's really simple in theory and really hard to convince people that it's just the voice in the head. That is the next horizon that we need to transcend. That's the next boundary that we need to transcend in order to keep this evolution going instead of devolving. We just need to transcend the thought, the voice in the head. That's all. And then I use the voice in the head to try to convince people to transcend the voice in the head. It's a very nuanced endeavor to use that which creates the illusion to try to break people out of the delusion. It's a tricky little nuanced play. Yeah, I do too. There's just not very many sincere seekers. There she is. Danissa still thinks that this world is real. That's Danissa's problem. Not that you have a problem, Danissa. Yeah, I would change that language just a little bit. I would say that the source is existence itself. It doesn't really exist. Maybe splitting hairs, but whatever existence itself is, that's you. That's the self. But it's always presence, right? It's always present. Like source is not other than other at all. Source is here right now all the time, always. It's just that we're outwardly focused so we don't notice the source. We always notice what's emanating from the source. Right. The one step path, it's always immediate and it's always one step. There isn't, you do something and that something gets you to some other state. It doesn't work that way. It's always just when the one that, well, the one step path is the hardest, hardcore spiritual practice there is, because basically every time you notice your attention is out on a sense or a thought, you bring it back to take attention away from that sense or thought. So you're taking your attention away from the entire all of experience, which is really tough because we want to think that this is real, and the more attention we give it, the more real it seems. But you'll never make it more real. No matter how much attention you give it, it'll never be real because it's the attention that's the reality. So you mean when when someone says focus inward, you don't like that? I guess focus not outward because oh, that cat. She's got the worst meow. What, Kitsy? What? What's the matter? Oh, she's weird. Yeah, so we can't really put our attention inward. We can stop it from going outward. Attention is just attention. It really isn't. There's just the attention, right? There's the way it is, there's attention plus consciousness. So that's awareness of something or just awareness. So in dreamless sleep, it's just awareness, right? Oh, hair splitting. Yeah, so that's interesting. You can't really focus inward. You can't really focus your attention inward because that's that's just the attention. So either your attention is outward so that you're aware of something like the waking state, or it's just the awareness, which is the sleep state. I'm going to start calling, I think it's proper when you're talking about words and semantics and meaning. I'm going to start using the waking state instead of life, right? Because the waking state isn't life. Life is everything. Life is the sleep state. Life is the death state. Life is all of it. Life is all there is. So the waking state isn't life. The waking state is the waking state. So I'm gonna, yeah. So that's one hair that I'm splitting now, is that the waking state is just the waking state. There's nothing real special about it. It's not life. This isn't life. This is the waking state. And all states are included within life. So I don't know why we would take the waking state to be final fundamental reality. It's just as easy to say that the dreamless sleep state is the fundamental reality and the world arises and passes within the sleep state, right? Again, this is like, we think that consciousness arises within the world, but the world arises within consciousness. Every circadian rhythm, every circadian cycle, the world arises within consciousness, correct? When you wake up, the appearance of thoughts and the body and the world all rush in simultaneously together from dreamless sleep. It's not like you fall into sleep. It's the sleep state that is bordering, is the sleep state is the frame of reference upon which the waking state arises and passes. That's it. The sleep state is the frame of reference upon which the waking state arises and passes. So dreamless sleep is more fundamental than the waking state. We just have it inverted. Our perspective is inverted. If you just re-invert your perspective, you'll get it right. Everything everything will be seen uninverted as it actually is. Baldness is a sign of virility. How have you know that? Yeah, if you see a diagram of how the visual sense works, if you see that diagram, it's exactly how you make and reconstitute a hologram. A hologram splits the image into two and then reconstitute it later, right? That's what a hologram does. It splits the image of something into two and then reconstitutes it later on a film, and that generates a hologram. And if you look at the way the eyes split and reintroduce everything, it's a hologram. This is a hologram. And your attention is like shining the laser back on it to reconstitute it. So it's like we've gone through it before, right? Like there's an initial iteration, and that's somehow recorded, and then we just keep doing it over and 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 over again. So in the same way that dreamless sleep is the frame of reference upon which the waking state arises and passes, so the death state, okay, is the frame of reference upon which your lives arise and pass, right? So we're stepping up the iteration from the circadian rhythm, which is a day, to my name here, which is a life. So that is another cycle, right? And the frame of reference upon which these lives arise and pass is the death state. So again, that which we take to be the nothing is actually the source and the reality. And then we're taking this one step further, one more iteration, and that is the extinction state, right? So we've got sleep state, we've got death state, and now we've got extinction state. And the extinction state is the frame of reference upon which the entire species arises and passes. You see how they're all just bigger iterations, smaller and bigger relative iterations of samsara, right? But the point is that which we take to be the nothing is actually the source and the reality. The frame of reference upon which all experience occurs is that which we would call the nothing. But that's actually the existence, the life. So again, we have it inverted, right? Like a fractal. But yeah, so what's the initial the initial one is the big question, right? Is the initial inputs that you put into the Mandelbrot set, right? The initial input is what everything is based upon after that initial input. So we're coming up on the extinction event, right? So that's a big reveal. Like if you think the reveal that happens at death is a big reveal, like in dreamless sleep, there is, right, awareness, and that's got to be a deeper level of awareness in the death state. And then the extinction state, the level of awareness has to be like when you meet God after this next death, which is the last physical life that you will have, the last human life that you will experience. When we all go into the extinction state, you're going to meet God at a level that you're going to meet yourself at the deepest level that you have for, relatively speaking, 13.8 billion years. Like this is a big reveal. You need to be studying for this exam. You know what I mean? We should all be cramming like fucking, like, right? Like this is tomorrow is the exam where you pass or fail all of university. This is how intense we should be right now with our practice. Is we're cramming. This is it. This is the final test, people. This next death, you need to be prepared for. And there's nothing in this relative realm that's more important than preparing for this next death. Yeah, right? Nothing. It's all bullshit. Whatever your ego is telling you that's more important than spiritual practice in this realm, it's just more lies. It's Satan. Don't believe him. There's nothing more important than just sitting in a chair doing this. It seems ridiculous to everyone else, but this is what needs to be done. Just sitting in a freaking chair, knocking down every single thought like whack-a-mole. As soon as a thought pops up, bang, done. And then they'll stop, they'll slow down, right? They don't want to keep getting hit on the head. So they'll slow down. The more you knock them down, the less they'll pop up. And then eventually there might be just a couple every day that pop up. Easy. This is the practice. This is the meaning of life. Like every single moment of my life has meaning now. Whereas I'm sure Brian Greene has no meaning to his life. Neil deGrasse Tyson, I bet you, has no meaning to his life. Just like everyone else, right? The meaning of life isn't just to live. The meaning of life, isn't to remain in the waking state. Yeah. It's important to make this distinction between life and the waking state. Because when you say that, if you say that the waking state is life, that's almost like saying that there's only things and there can't be nothing, right? That's the most important thing. Like it almost is like it's an exam, because at that time of your death, when the body passes, your attention is, that's all that matters, is where your attention is at that moment of death. If it's out in the world, you're going to have another world. If it's in your mind when you die, if you're having thoughts about what you missed or whatever, guess what? That's going to happen again then, right? So you need to be completely as grounded in as self as possible, and not having your attention going out at that moment of death. It all boils down to that. I mean, it almost seems unfair that you'd have an entire life, and what really matters of that entire life is that last second of your death. But that's the way it is. It's just at the moment of death, where your attention is, I think, determines the amount of free will that you have in the death state, or in the extinction state when it comes down to it. And this is so important. Like, oh, I can't stress how important this is, right? Like, if there's one choice between lives, how important is the life that you choose? And if there's one choice between what fucking species you're going to be next, whether you're going to be inside a computer or not, that's a big choice. That's a pretty important choice. And if you're not self-aware in that extinction state, then you won't really have a choice. You'll just go with the flow. right? So you want to be able to have some sort of free will after your next death. So that's what all this spiritual practice is about, is being aware of yourself in that state, that extinction state. Yeah, it does. There's something complete about it, right? It almost, like, it's almost like a trip, because when you're in Sat Chidananda, when you are Sat Chidananda, you're reminded, oh yeah, this is so great. I forgot how freaking great this is. How wonderful happiness and perfect contentment can really be. Because then when you're in the excited state and you're outside, your attention is outward on samsara, it's like you forget. You temporarily forget how wonderful and peaceful this is, because you get all excited, and it's, yeah. But then when you go out and you do that thing, when you're done that thing, it's just this again, right? Like, you just, when you keep making the stillness and Satchitananda the the status quo, the default setting, then you'll always be home, right? Like, you'll never be bored. It's like, oh, what am I going to do? It's like, oh, well, I'll just, obviously, I'm going to sit and be happy. Duh. It's like, you never, this, your superhero power becomes never getting bored. That's superpower, right? That's superpower right there, is just never getting bored. So when you start feeling that sense of boredom, instead of trying to fill that emptiness with more emptiness, which is an experience, do this instead. Just try that out, right? And every time that you have free time, then just go here. Just try that out. Overall, you'll find that your status quo, your resting state, your basic resting state will just be happiness. So that's it, right? Like, everyone's looking for this. If you're not aware of this stillness and this base that is the source of everything that you are, everything, then you have no base, right? That, like, I can understand how someone like Christians, they just, it's all faith, right? But there's nothing there. Like, I'm sorry, but you're believing in something that doesn't exist. It's all self-contained. You're all self-contained. It's all within you. So as counter as it is to what everyone believes, is that the best way to help is this. The best way to help isn't going out there and doing things, trying to change the dream. The best way to help humanity wake up, believe it or not, because there is a collective consciousness, right? There is a species consciousness. And the best way to help this species is to do this, is basically to meditate, because that influences the entire collective consciousness, right? So if I'm not here sitting here doing this, if there aren't people sitting here in the stillness, then that's just going to speed up the process even faster, right? So I believe that when we're doing this, we are buying time. We are buying time for more people to realize their enlightenment. I think we're kind of pushing the inevitable back a little bit, maybe. But this is the way to help. The way to help is for you to realize your enlightenment, because then you're not adding karma. If you're unenlightened, which basically everyone is, and you're out there fucking around, you're just making more karma. I know you're trying, you're doing your best, you think you're helping, but you're not. You're just messing things up worse. Right? So attend to your own enlightenment, and just that's the best way to help. Just realize your enlightenment. Then you won't be adding any of your own karma to the mess. The way to help isn't by making the dream a better dream. The way to help is to help wake people up, to become lucid in the dream. Right? It does no good to try to make the dream a better dream. You have The only way to help is to get someone to be lucid within their dream. And you can't do that unless you're lucid. Yeah, not adding karma. Hmm. Yeah, even the best intentions, right? If you're asleep, if you're in a dream and you're you're trying to help, you're just kind of making things worse, right? And that's why I used to get so upset when, like, my son, right? My son, not one spiritual bone in his body, I don't think. So I could probably be just lamenting about my son going to hell and whatever, right? Like, not being involved in the spiritual thing at all. So let's say that he was dreaming, right? He was sleeping and dreaming and having a nightmare. And I'm doing all that I can to try to wake him up, but nothing will wake him up. So eventually, rather than having it affect you, right? Oh no, I feel bad because he's having a nightmare. You just shrug your shoulders and go, oh, well, it's just a nightmare. When he wakes up, he'll realize, he'll just go, oh, haha, that was just a dream, right? So that's the attitude we need to take when it comes to other people, is that we if they can't be woken up, then they will wake up eventually, right? No amount of shaking or throwing cold water on them is going to wake them up. They have to wake up on their own. So you just go, okay, well, they're going to have not much fun for a while, and then they'll wake up and realize it was all a dream. And the same goes with this, like this hell, this third world war and hell and nuclear Armageddon and all the shit that's going to happen is all just a nightmare, right? So if we are lucid in this nightmare, other people might see us and notice that there's something different about us and might inquire, hey, why aren't you freaking out? It's like, well, let me tell you about this. Uh, it's just come to my attention. There's just recently, like I have a bad temper, and I freaked out last week and I hurt my arm because I was freaking out. And it was over just little things, right? Like the truck wouldn't start and I broke something and like just little things that don't mean anything. I blew up and I realized it was because like I've had an anxiety attack before decades ago, right? So I get how things that you're not aware of that are deep in the subconscious are actually what's running the show here, right? So when I freaked out and I hurt my arm because I got mad and threw something, like just lost it, right? Fucking the Hulk, is because I recognized that I was getting frustrated about people not understanding my stuff. That's where the frustration was. I wasn't frustrated because the truck wouldn't start. That's not enough to make me freaking lose my shit. It's because I was frustrated at all of these people, how I couldn't understand how they weren't getting my stuff. That was the frustration underlying that was building up, building up, building up about all of these people not being able to see what's so clearly, right? Like I was letting it get to me. So now I've completely let all that go. I think I finally lost or finally learned my lesson. I still have a temper, but hopefully now I don't have this building up, this tension building up of like, why can't anyone ever get this? Because it's been over a decade, right? Of this frustration of like, how come people can't see this, right? So you just have to let it all go because it's eating you away from the inside. Yeah. What right action is that which is not determined by thoughts, basically. It's if you're acting on the I thought, you can almost be guaranteed that that's not the right action. That's unnatural action, which is what everyone has based their actions on, right? Is every single human is basing their actions on the I thought. Yeah. So just about everything that humans do is unnatural action, right? Unnatural, not in accordance with nature. Exactly. Yeah. And to realign with nature, we need to transcend the voice in the head. Simple, simple. Into instinct. I'm going to call it intuition and instinct, right? So instinct is just how nature works. I'm going to say that instinct is nature's law, I guess. So you just know how to act appropriately, naturally, when things present themselves. But because of our thoughts, we just keep making shit up. And then we act on this made up stuff that isn't even in the real world. So we're acting on fantasies, right? We're acting out fantasy realms all the time, and we think it's real. It's just because even when I was a Buddhist, no one ever said, well, maybe just question the entire thought process. No one ever told me that. In all of my spiritual seeking for decades, no one ever said, oh, you just need to transcend the voice in your head. That's all. Except Ramana Maharshi, the most enlightened being that's ever lived, in my opinion. And that's how he lived. He lived his life in the natural state without words popping in. He didn't, so there wasn't a lot of actions going on, was there? He wasn't doing a lot of stuff. He certainly wasn't bumping into other people, creating more karma in the world. He's just sitting there. He's just sitting there in complete bliss, right? So that's the natural state, free from thought. This is not complicated. The process that consciousness uses to unwind the thought process is complicated because the thought process is complication. So it seems as though this is a real complicated mess when you're unwinding it. But the process isn't complicated at all. It's just that's it. That was it. See, Denissa, you're awesome. You're just a beautiful being. But I think this is where you are, right? Is that you still are trying to figure things out. You're still trying to put things in thought form. You're still trying to generate a more precise model, and there's no point to it, right? You're still subtly attached to the voice in your head. Well, that's quite a statement. If Jesus actually did conquer death, then why isn't he still walking around? To me, conquering death would be that he conquered death, that he would still be walking around on the planet, right? That's a reasonable. Where? Where is he? Well, then why the whole story of the resurrection then? Why? I think this is a good time to stop. It's time for me to stop anyway, and this seems like a good time to do it. All right, we'll see you next weekend.